36 races have been run, 108 medals won over 9 memorable competition days up in the mountains of Zhangjiakou. And now the curtain comes down on the Nordic events at the 2022 Beijing Paralympic Winter Games with the final 2 cross-country races. Always exciting, always frantic in the scramble to make the podium one last time. That'll be the relays. The open and mixed races over 10 kilometres, 4 laps of the 2.5-kilometre course. Ukraine and France defending their Pyeongchang titles. A host of Beijing individual medalists will be hoping for more precious metal in the service of their teams today. Ukraine and China, the two nations who head the medals table, have squads in both races. So too Canada, Japan, the USA, Poland and Germany. France, Brazil, Italy, Norway, Kazakhstan and Great Britain represented today also. Mixed relays were introduced to the Paralympic Winter Games programme in Sochi in 2014. So men and women are racing alongside and against each other for the 3rd time. It's an interesting dynamic and will again prove conducive to some cracking racing here today.
It's another mild day at Zhangjiakou, 2 degrees above zero. Low humidity, not much wind, certainly won't bother our competitors today. And we have 8 teams lining up in this mixed relay, and mixed meaning there must be at least 1 woman in the 4-person team. Ukraine, Japan, Canada, Poland, the USA and Germany all have 2 men and 2 women in their lineups, and Ukraine, very strong combination. They'll be led off by Taras Rad. Have to consider them a good chance of taking it out today, as they are defending champions, but they've got 4 new races compared to 4 years ago, whereas Canada have 3 returning, and they'll be led out by Colin Cameron. So we're using 2 different courses, and we're using classic and freestyle techniques as well, rotating evenly through those. It's quite a complicated and very different looking formula for racing today, and we'll walk you through it as the races unfold. But 2 great relays to look forward to, and a really different perspective and look to the racing here.
Yeah, Ukraine for sure the squad to beat. The defending world champions as well, won the last 2 editions of the world champions in the mixed 4 by 2.5K. Most recent of those was in Lillehammer just 9 weeks ago. They've dropped Lyashenko out of the quartet here and brought in Alexandra Kononova, but Taras Rad, Irina Bui and Pavlo Bal on the start line here. They've had a fabulous Paralympic Winter Games, the Ukrainians. So too the Chinese. Shan Yilin goes off first for China. They have Wang Chenyang, Zhang Peng, 2 gold medals in his locker personally, and Kai Jiayun will anchor the Chinese home, and Germany as well with medals in their team. Leonie Walter and Anja Vicker, Marco Meyer as well with Nico Messenger bringing those home. But that's Taras Rad. He has 3 medals, 2 for Bui, and Kononova with a couple of medals of silver and a gold as well. And Pavlo Bal yet to get on the podium personally, but a big opportunity here with the 4-handed squad for Ukraine in this relay race.
So the big number on the bib is their team number. The smaller number is the leg that they are skiing. So Taras Rad is in bib number 1 and is skier number 1, and we are away. And Taras Rad to lead it off for Ukraine. It's Brazil's Robertson Lula, Iwamoto Kaigo for Japan, Colin Cameron for Canada, Witold Skupian for Poland, Oksana Masters for the United States, Shan Yilin of China, and in Germany in bib number 8, Anja Vicker at the rear of the field initially. And you'll see that the standing skiers are in the classic technique, and they are using the sit ski course for this first lap. 2.5 Ks each, and it won't take too long to get this race done. And the percentage factoring, we can explain that as the race unfolds as well. But if you're a fan of Germany, do not be concerned that Anja Vicker is well at the tail of the field already, because the quicker members of her team will be skiing subsequently, and it all evens out according to the factoring system and the percentages, but it does work out differently to the individual races. And they've done their best to groom this course overnight. It really chopped up badly yesterday on a hectic day of racing, and what's left of it looks in pretty good order. And we're using two different courses as well, so that will help preserve the courses.
Cameron taking that corner at speed. It's Taras Rad up ahead. 1-1 on the bib for Ukraine. Entirely new quartet to the one that secured the gold medal 4 years ago in Pyeongchang. Batinkova, Bauman, Shishkova, Alyoshenko, Uri Utkin were the foursome that delivered the golds up in the mountains of Alpenzi. Yuri Utkin, the only Ukrainian there that isn't involved this time around. They have such a deep squad, the Ukrainians, in the para-biathlon competition and the cross-country. They have absolutely smashed it, and Taras Rad trying his utmost here to give Irina Bui a decent advantage on that second leg, that second 2.5, and as well the Brazilians with Robelson, Lula and Christian Ribera, a bit of a legend, Aline Rocha, Guillaume Rocha also trying to get an historic medal at the Winter Paralympic Games for South America, but Taras Rad is doing it, laying down the gauntlet thus far for Team Ukraine.
So Ukraine sending out one of their higher percentage races in Taras Rad to start with. He's on 88% for this event. So in the mixed relay, the combined percentage of each team has to total around 330, and Taras Rad is at 88%. Their normal racing percentages have been adjusted for the relays by 18% per leg for the female athletes and 12% per leg for the sit-ski athletes. And it sounds initially quite complicated, but when you drill down, it's a little similar to wheelchair basketball, wheelchair rugby, sitting volleyball, where there's a maximum number of points, or in this case, maximum percentage allowed. Let's see if there's an incident here. Yes, unfortunately there.
That's the Brazilian.
Yes. Robelson Lula taking a fall there. Basically, there's a maximum number of percentage points allowed for each team, and that levels things out. So we go back out onto one of the downhill sections here that gives the skiers the opportunity to relax and fill the lungs with oxygen and surge into the start-finish area. We can explain also, as it happens, the relay exchange. There's no baton, obviously, or even a physical touch between the skiers. The arriving athlete skis across an exchange finish line just 5 meters ahead of the departure line, but in an adjacent lane. And you'll see how it happens, as it does.
It was Rad at the 1 kilometre checkpoint, 7 seconds ahead of Colin Cameron. Starting out for the Canadians, he's switched from the open relay team there. Cameron, you can just see rounding that right hand up on the podium in Pyeongchang. Also the athlete with a couple of bronze medals. So close to getting on the podium in all his events. Colin Cameron there, the 33-year-old in the cross-country, that is. He was just out of the medals in the middle distance for sitting athletes, finished 4th there. But a pair of 3rds in the sprint and the long distance, was 4th as well in the sitting biathlon individual event.
On the Masters, a couple of gold and 4 silver. Great games for the American, pushing around the first time for the United States. She'll be followed by Sydney Peterson, Daniel Knosson and Jake Adikoff. Visually impaired skier with Sam Wood, the guide for Adikoff when it comes. But it is Rad doing a nice job here for Ukraine at the moment. Colin Cameron with an 84% calculation in this event to Rad's 88. So by rights, Rad should be fractionally ahead of Cameron, and that's how it's playing out. Coming in for the first exchange. First of 4 laps about to be completed.
Yeah, quick fire action in the relays, that's what we like. So Rad here will be handing on to Irina Bowie and Colin Cameron into Emily Young here with Marka Rensen and Natalie Wilkie going later. By the way, it's Kononova who's going to be bringing home the Ukrainians.
So Irina Bowie, see the next skier off to the right there. And there's Emily Young taking off for Canada. Masters comes in, frees it up for Sydney Peterson to take up the skiing for the United States.
Yeah, she's had an excellent breakout here in Beijing. Sydney Peterson for the USA. And Wang for China will be running the second leg. So he gets away. Wang Chen Yang, gold medalist in the middle distance, in the cross-country 11th and 8th in the sprint and the long distance. This is where it starts to get interesting with the handovers. That's Farron for the Poles. Scupion and Farron are going to be running 2 legs apiece here in this relay race, the first of 2 relay races. This the mixed 4 by 2.5 with the open to follow as the Para-Nordic programme winds down here at the end of a fabulous 9 days of competition to Beijing 2022.
It's under the race rules. An athlete can ski more than 1 leg, and Poland operating that way with Scupion and Farron doing all the racing. And Canada's Emily Young looking smooth out on the course. The snow looking much better than late in the day yesterday. They've done a nice job grooming it overnight, protecting what's there. And Vika comes in for Germany, and next to go out for them will be Leonie Volter and guide Hermann Strecker. Volter's also had a very good games.
Yeah, Germany with an excellent 9 days of competition across the para-biathlon and the cross-country. A couple of big stars have made their name here. Up at the front of the field, it's Bowie who looks to maintain the lead for Ukraine. And Bowie there, 26 years of age, a couple of medals in the locker, a gold medalist in the biathlon, the middle distance, a bronze in the cross-country middle. Pushing out.
And we mentioned Volter's good games for Germany, a gold and 3 bronze. The team's pushing forward their best athletes, obviously, for this mixed relay, followed by the open relay, where there'll be 12 teams. That's going to be a very busy race. And it's coming up to 10 past 10 in the morning here, so still reasonably crisp, but by winter sport standards, very mild.
That's Emily Young for Canada, the only athlete in this quartet who hasn't got an individual medal so far in these games. Completed 5 races, closest she's come at 5th in the long distance race in cross country. She's had finishes of 7th, 8th and 6th in the biathlon events, but was part of the medal winning squad, the silver squad in this mixed 4 by 2.5 4 years ago in Pyeongchang, a bronze medalist also in the 7.5.
Now Wang just overtaking the Canadian. He's a gold medalist in the middle distance freestyle standing events, so he's in good form, obviously. An 8th in the longer distance event and 11th in the sprint. Here's Sydney Peterson for the US.
Yeah, bronze and a silver for Peterson. Had an excellent games, all things considered, the 20-year-olds. The first big international competition. Well, it only happened in January at the World Champs, Lillehammer, and on the podium on 3 occasions there, a pair of silver medals and a bronze in the sprint, the middle distance and the long distance there.
23 seconds lead after 1K of the second leg, so Bui continuing the strong start for Ukraine in this mixed 4x2.5K relay. Wang starting to close in perhaps on Bui.
Bui is really pushed out here on this second leg for Ukraine. Emily Young struggling a bit. There'll be a bit of catch-up to be done by Marka Rentz, who goes third for the Canadians, and they're going to be brought home by Natalie Wilkie, a 2-time gold medalist here, and Sydney Peterson trying to keep the United States in the hunt. She'll be handing over to Daniel Knossen with Jake Adikoff, the VI skier. They're bringing the Americans home. Sydney Peterson then, 42 seconds down at the most recent checkpoint.
Farron of Poland, then it's Brazil, Japan and Germany at this stage. Volta skiing the second leg for the Germans with her guide Permin Strecker, but this is Poland's Iveta Farron. And she'll be backing up to ski the last leg as well. Just the two of them in it for Poland. Skupian, who led out for them.
So it's Ukraine from China, and then Canada and the United States, Poland, Brazil, Japan and Germany. That is our race order here in the mixed 4x2.5 kilometre relay event.
So China's percentage team is a little lopsided, if you like. They've got 2 in the 90s and 2 in the low 70s. Shan went out as a 73 percentage, and Zhang will be next to go, 74. But Wang, who's about to take the lead for China, is a 90, and they'll finish with Tsai Jiayuan with a 96 percentage. So they'll have a very strong finish, and it's just whether anyone can catch them in this third leg, it would seem.
Yeah, Wang with a tremendous surge there at the end of the second leg for China. And handing over to Zhang Peng, fabulous games, one of the more experienced Chinese athletes in this squad. And then that's our third Ukrainian, Pavlo Bal. He'll be handing over to Koronova when it comes to the last changeover. But it's China who've just moved up here in this relay race. And then Emily Young will come in, and Marka Rentz will take over, a 3-time medalist for the Canadians in the individual events thus far in these games. There he is, Rentz.
So you observed the exchange there. Arentz was not allowed to go over his line until the finishing athlete had crossed. It was Emily Young. So that's how the exchange is done. It's no possibility of a drop baton or anything as untoward as that, the way it's done in the relays at these games.
41-year-old Daniel Knossen taking over for the USA. Individually, it hasn't quite happened for him. He had an excellent Pyeongchang Games, did Knossen. But an opportunity here to try and move up and build on the good work put in by Sydney Peterson before Jake Adikoff takes over. The latter changeovers as Skupian goes again, so not a great deal of time for Skupian to recover after he ran the first leg here for Poland in this relay race. The 32-year-old, best finish thus far in Beijing was a 5th in the long-distance cross-country event.
Out on the course, we've got Pavlo Bal racing against Zhang Peng. Zhang will be a good duel between those two. We've got Germany finishing, and now handing over to Marco Meyer to do the third leg for Germany. He might be able to make some significant progress here and bring Germany back into the race. Already moved up from last to 6th. And we've got Brazil and Japan. For the third leg, Dos Santos Rocha for Brazil and Mori for Japan.
So that's Bao of Ukraine. Not on the podium in individual events thus far. Best finish 6th in the biathlon at middle distance. We've had 10 different athletes on the podium. One step or another of the podium thus far in these games. The Ukrainians not quite up with China's 15 medalists, but still a hugely impressive haul all told for Ukraine. 28 medals in either para-biathlon or the cross-country.
They need a big
the last 9 days in Beijing.
Yeah, they need a big leg here from Bal. He's taking on Zhang. Pavlo Bal's percentage 84, Zhang Peng's 74, so Ukraine has actually taken the lead. That's at the exchange where China had a 4-second gap over Ukraine, but Bal's been able to do something about that now and has flipped the standings. He's about 4.5 seconds ahead of Zhang, coming through at 6Ks.
Yeah, and it's a North American battle as well for third. Knosson and Adikov, it's down to them to take Arens and Wilkie, the last two home for Canada. Canada were the silver medalists in this event 4 years ago. Arens was part of that crew.
Does look very good for China. They've got Tai Jia-yun to finish with a 96% factoring. And that's one of the highest in the field. They've taken the gamble on going with 270s in Shan and Zhang. But Zhang not too far off the pace here of Pavlo Bal, so still looking good for China, even though they're sitting second at the moment. And a good race it'll be for third with Canada and the United States. So Rentz skiing against Knosson for that battle.
Yeah, not that last changeover, only around 10 seconds in it between Canada and the USA, with the Poles way further back there with Witold Skupian before he hands over again to Farron, running another leg for the Poles. So that's Bao coming up at 4 and 3 on the bib. That's Mark Arentz of Canada, 1, 2 and 3 in this mixed 4x2.5 relay race.
Mark Arentz coming up on the back of Zhang. And it'll be Natalie Wilkie bringing it home for Canada, and Arentz to hand over to her. She's had an excellent games. I was talking about the conditions of the snow in yesterday's competition, that she arrived thinking it would be one way and then raced and found it so much harder than she expected, even allowing for knowing that the course was starting to suffer as Arentz steps over into the other track to overtake China. But I must say that Zhang is doing a great job holding on to Pavlo Bal here, not much between them. And he should hand over to Tai Jia-yun with China in a great position to maybe take this out.
Bao, Zhang and Arentz, then Ukraine, China and Canada. So Bao will be handing over to Alexandra Koninova to bring it home for Ukraine.
China finished 9th 4 years ago, but we need hardly tell you again how much they've improved since then, and the athletes they've uncovered and trained up to a very high standard.
And Zhang was part of that team, wasn't he, in Pyeongchang 4 years ago, as the elder statesman of the squad. So Zhang onto Kai Jia-yun to bring it home for China. Or, well, that's the big hope of the largely partisan crowd here, but this is where it all gets very frantic over the last 2.5 here in this mixed relay race. Koninova, Kai, Wilkie, Adikov, Messinger for Germany, Farron, Abe and Rocha will be the last leg, runners and riders. So that's Knossen on to Adikov. A couple of medals already. His guide as well will do his bit, Sam Wood, for the United States. It's between Canada and the USA for that last podium place at present.
So the United States 30 seconds behind Ukraine, but the battle up front, there was nothing in it at the exchange. But is Tai Jia-Yun quick enough? The percentages certainly have to back him as a very strong chance, racing against Kononova of Ukraine and Wilkie of Canada. It's the battle out front. And well, it's no surprise, really. So he's been able to clear out. It's Kononova and Wilkie. It's China's to lose now. They've already established about a 40-metre lead.
Yeah, Kai really striding on. Two-time medalist. Bronze in the middle distance. He got a silver in the long distance event. Kai Jia-Yun, the 21-year-old. And that's the pursuing pack.
Germany now joining on the last lap. It'll be Nico Messinger and guide Robin Wunderle. It's looking pretty good for Jake Adikov to ski the United States into second or third. And Skupian for Poland will hand back to Iveta Faron. So these two competitors each skiing 2 laps. So 5Ks each.
Yeah, Faron off and away on the anchor leg for Poland, but the real action is up ahead. Kai Jia-Yun there. And Adikov in behind.
Yeah, Adikov is starting to catch him. Well, this is a real turn-up. Didn't think that the United States could come from that far back. But all credit to Adikov. He's skiing a great final leg. And for Canada, we've got Natalie Wilkie and Kononova for Ukraine. And the United States would regard this as a very sweet victory if they could pull it off. And he's now in front, Adikov, by a couple of seconds over Kai. And there's not far to go.
Kononova dropped way back after the earlier legs run by Rad, Bui and Bal for Ukraine. So for Canada, Natalie Wilkie. 3 medals already, a couple of gold medals and a silver to go with her 3 medals from Pyeongchang. It's just Emily Young, actually, from the Canadian quartet that wasn't part of the squad that won the silver.
Well, Wilkie will be having thoughts about that fall that we don't think it cost her a gold medal. She was in a solid silver position, but this last descent into the start-finish area brought her undone in a previous race. She was okay about it all. And Brazil making their final changeover. And Guillaume Rocha will go out for the Brazilians.
Well, it's been very impressive to see Brazil get 4 athletes in this relay race. Adikov from Kai. He's had an excellent games as Adikov with his guide, Sam Wood, is working really hard and in a synchronicity there to just hit the front.
So Adikov stretching the lead over Kai of China, Wilkie of Canada and Kononova of Ukraine. Not much between them, but Wilkie with a bit of an edge, trying to get a lock on that bronze medal position for the Canadian team. But right now it's Adikov leading the US to potential gold here in the mixed relay. 25 minutes of race time so far. Masters, Peterson and Knossen went out ahead of Adikov. All have skied well. And it looks like Kai Jia-Yun doesn't have too much left in the tank. Might have to settle for second. Adikov just needs to stay upright through this slippery section. Technically quite challenging. Fast and turning, but into the straight he comes.
6th and 7th in the last 2 editions of the Paralympic Winter Games, the United States. Adikov was there, part of that squad, but they've got it right this time round by the looks of things. Adikov and Wood bringing it home for the USA. It'll be a sweet victory and a super anchor leg run by Adikov of the USA. China in 2nd place. Canada in 3rd at present. Fantastic, the USA.
Adikov quite restrained in his celebration, a big smile, and his guide delighted as well. Sam Woods, well, they were nowhere until they were somewhere. They came from 4th to 1st in the matter of half a lap, and Kai Ju-yun brings it in 2nd for China. Good race, both teams. US just a little too strong this time. Yeah, it's a big turnaround, as you say, from 4 years ago where they were 7th. It was Kendall Gretsch, Russell Reiter and Jake Adikov. Kendall Gretsch skied twice.
They love it. And, we're talking about a big change around from 4 years ago. Ukraine absolutely nowhere here. Also the defending world champions is Wilkie for Canada. Bags the bronze. USA, China and Canada. Tremendous race that, particularly by Adikov up at the top of the field.
So a change for Ukraine after gold 4 years ago. Not quite strong enough today, but Kolanova satisfied enough with the race she skied, and a smile for her rivals. It's intriguing racing, isn't it? How quickly the fortunes change as skiers from different classifications take over. And Germany up into 5th place, brought home by Nico Messinger. Dragged themselves from 8th to 5th.
Yeah, no place on the podium for Germany after a bronze in Pyeongchang. And great moments of magnanimity amongst the vanquished Ukrainians this time around. Just not making it. It's about North America, this one, with the USA and Canada 1 and 3.
Nice job.
And the US didn't have a cross-country gold medal until this very last day of racing.
Daniel Knosson, who not quite as prominent as 4 years ago, bobs up for the gold with the US team. Canada, great result for them.
USA do it. Gold medal in the mixed 4x2.5. Well played there. Oksana Masters, Sydney Peterson, Daniel Knosson and Jake Adikov, who brought it home.
So good. Great race. Nice job.
Masters let it out for the United States. Adikov brought it home. That's the key overtaking move out on the course, with Adikov getting past Kai Jia-yun.
He made that move and he just attacked the track ahead of him. In the end, it was a comfortable win for the US by 26 seconds. They've got a finisher here. It's Farron, 30.02 for Poland. That's 4 minutes down.
She can barely contain the delight. Oksana Masters read some remarks she made, having been born in Ukraine. the mixed feeling she has about being here. She says she almost feels guilty considering the events happening in the land of her birth, but representing the United States and doing well, picks up her third gold. Those emotions understandable. Adopted by a US family when she was just 5.
That's a sweet part of it.
Japan. It's Abe Yurika coming in to finish off their race.
Yeah, Rocha will round it off as well for Brazil, but Abe Yurika bringing Japan in 5:18 down behind the lightning quick winning time of 25.59. So that's our last racer out on the course, Guillaume Rocha of Brazil.
Slightly wobbly moment there, negotiating one of the fast sections, and down he goes, unfortunately. Oh,
just on that red line, and he couldn't hold.
Yeah, there are a couple of very fast sections that also have a curve in them, so it can be challenging moments.
Well, there were high hopes that they could get amongst the medals here, Brazil, certainly with Christian Ribeira, the figurehead of their Paranordic squad coming into Beijing 2022. Maybe next time for Brazil. But there'll be a real warm reception for Rocha when he hits the finishing straight. Just has that big sweeping left-hander to negotiate.
Does require a fair amount of skill to manoeuvre the sit ski at pace around that left-hander. Now he can tuck in for the straighter section and push it home.
There's confirmation there as well that Ukraine over 20 seconds outside the medals. Canada held that bronze comfortably. So the last of our 8 teams will finish this race. USA, China, Canada, Ukraine, Germany, Poland, Japan, and Guillaume Rocha here for Brazil. So they get a finish, and that is still something here. Just freewheel over the line, ultimately.
He's just stretching it out, just enjoying his last moments of racing in Zhangjiakou 2022. And reluctantly, it seems, over the line he comes.
8 minutes down on the race winners, the United States, but a relief.
Yeah, he shares a hug with Christian Westermeyer Ribera there. And we've come to know and love as Crazy Pig. There's the confirmation of the results for you. It's the United States by 26 seconds over the People's Republic of China in this 4x2.5 mixed relay. Canada, a strong third, 20 seconds ahead of Ukraine. Then Germany, Poland, Japan, and Brazil. Everybody finished. USA, China, and Canada get the spoils.
Great racing then in the mixed 4x2.5 relay, the penultimate event on the Para-Nordic programme here on the final day up in the mountains at Zhangjiakou. We've got the open 4x2.5 a little later. Can the USA do it again? Please stay with us to find out.
象中心位于古杨树场馆区北侧山谷内，是北京2022冬奥会和冬残奥会中产生金牌数量最多的场馆。在冬奥会期间承办冬季2项比赛，冬残奥会期间将承办残奥冬季2项比赛和残奥越野滑雪比赛。场馆由靶场、终点区、赛道、技术楼组成。赛道共分为11个赛道段，总长52.3公里，沿山体自然地形而建，同自然
The open 4x2.5 kilometre relay is the last of 38 medal races in the Nordic para-sports, biathlon and cross-country at these 13th Paralympic Winter Games. A bigger field in this one than the mixed 4x2.5. 12 nations scrapping here for the very last medals on offer at the Zhangjiakou National Biathlon Centre. We've had 9 days of competition, and the last 10 kilometres and 30 minutes or so of it here will be a real harem and scarum stuff. The USA, China, and Canada won the medals in the mixed relay earlier. They have teams in the open race here too. Ukraine left empty-handed in that event. Quite a come down for the 2018 champions that. Perhaps Siarko, Vichinsky, Kravchuk and Kovalevsky can make amends here. France are the defending open champions from Pyeongchang. Davier and Chalençon part of that team and will run 2 legs each this time round. China strong again, no doubt. Norway, Japan, Kazakhstan, Great Britain, Italy, Germany in this race too.
Yes, China 10th in 2018, probably higher here. Canada, the United States, Norway, Germany and Poland all have a woman on the team. The rest all male teams. And skiers can ski 2 legs. So there's a few variables in here to explain, but it's another mild day. It's 3 degrees above zero. Gentle breeze blowing across the course at Zhangjiakou. So a real changing of the guard in the mixed relay, as you mentioned. What's it to be here? France only using Davier and Chalençon. They'll both ski twice. They won by 22 seconds 4 years ago from Norway and Canada. So Davier and Chalençon both backing up from that team of 4 years ago. There they are starting in 6th position. Canada will lead us out. McKeever and Hudak both to ski twice.
Yeah, and of course Brian McKeever, he's locked with the great German, the para-alpine skier Gerd Schönenfelder on 16 golds. He could become the most decorated male winter Paralympian of all time here, McKeever, going with Hudak, who is also a medalist. United States, Ukraine, China, Norway, France, Japan, Kazakhstan, Great Britain, Italy, Germany and Poland. It's a deep and strong field across the board here. So McKeever will be guided by Russell Kennedy and Brittany Hudak there. A pair of bronzes from this week in Beijing to go with a bronze from Pyeongchang 4 years ago. Nielsen, Shea, Gretchen, Ruslan, Reiter will anchor the American quartet home.
A mixture of sit skiers, standing skiers and vision impaired skiers, a mix of classifications and percentages, but perhaps the number you best need to know about is that the total for the 4 skiers, or the 4 people of the relay sections, a total of 370%. So if you've got 4 skiers at around 80, and you're leaving yourself a bit short, for example, McKeever is at 100% and Hudak 81. So 360, they're just under the 370. That is the ideal number allowed for the combination of the skiers in total terms.
Davier and Chalençon there of France. 2 4th places for Chalençon. It's Davier who's led the way for the French with more medals here. And for Japan, Nita Yoshihiro and Kawayuki Daiki has been a gold medalist earlier this week. They'll run 2 legs each. So we're all set to go then. The last race in the para cross country at Beijing 2022. It's the open 4x2.5 kilometre relay. Expect it to be fast, frantic and furious. They're away.
Yes, and a mass start, a little bit unusual for the Paralympic Winter Games cross country. And it's the guided skiers out front. McKeever for Canada, Nelson of the United States, Swako of Ukraine and Shuhi of China. And then we've got Norway, France, Japan, Kazakhstan, Great Britain, Italy, Germany and Poland. So a big field, and they're skiing actually across 2 different laps, the sit ski lap and the standing lap. 2.5 Ks in both instances. So the guided skiers getting away a bit more quickly, hence their position at the front of the field, and that's the safest way to get it underway. But, the sit skiers at the back will be handing over to faster skiers for their teams. But McKeever, you mentioned an astonishing record. The most medals won by any Winter Paralympian is actually a Norwegian woman, Ragnhild Myklebust. Between 1988 and 2002, she won 27 medals, of which 22 were gold, 3 silver and 2 bronze. That's a record unlikely to be toppled. But McKeever not far off it.
Now he's up there now with the great German para-alpine skier Schoenfelder on 16. Had an 18-year Winter Paralympic career, did Schoenfelder, but McKeever has taken it on. And in terms of the individual races earlier in the cross-country competitions in Beijing, he swept it again for the 4th straight Paralympic Games.
Couple of laps
winning over the 3 distances. Absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, it's really no test for these skiers to do 2 laps of 2.5. So McKeever will hand over to Hudak before he skis again, and Brittany Hudak will finish it off for Canada. And likewise for France. They're just going with Davier and Chalençon. Davier just quite close to the lead there, off to the left in bib number 6. And the small figure of number 1 next to his 6 means he's the first skier. Likewise with McKeever, with the big number 1 signifying Canada is team number 1, and the smaller digit indicating this is the first leg.
Yeah, McKeever as well. He said that this is going to be his last Paralympic Winter Games at the age of 42. So we're watching the swan song as things stand now, but we know that a lot of these Winter Paralympic skiers can go deep into their 40s, some even competing in their 50s. And, well, we'll believe it when we see it. McKeever calling it a day. He's going great guns here, though, for the Canadians, and just over 3 seconds up on another legend, Davier, who's 10 years his junior at 32. 3 medals already here in Beijing for Davier, a pair of golds and a silver in the middle distance cross-country event.
They start off in the classic style as well. You perhaps have noticed that rather than freestyle, which is available in the 2nd and 4th laps. So McKeever, Davier, Swako, Canada, France and Ukraine early on. China's Zhu He in 5th spot behind Haugen of Norway. And here is McKeever right on the ski tail of Russell Kennedy, his guide.
Yeah, one of those 19 Winter Paralympic medals all in came in this event 4 years ago in Pyeongchang. The Canadians 3rd. They just about got it from Belarus on that occasion. McKeever racing with Colin Cameron, who went earlier in the mixed event. And they've had a good week in Beijing. The Canadians, is there to be more glory here?
China competing with 3 guided skiers out of the 4. Zhu He will hand over to Deng He-song. Mao Zhongwu will be 3rd in the classic style, and freestyle guided skier Yu Shuang will finish it off for China.
Yeah, they've got their 2 strongest. They're going in the last 2 spots here, the Chinese Mao and Yu Shuang. Medalists from earlier in the games. Yu and Dang off the podium, the first 2 out for the Chinese so far. And McKeever has pushed out the leads over Davier in Ukraine, going first with Suyarko, the 25-year-old. 3 bronze medals so far for Dmitry Suyarko, currently 3rd Ukraine.
Yeah, absolutely nothing between Davier and Suyarko. Just the length of their skis, really, as McKeever makes his way into the stadium. A handy lead for Canada, and he'll be handing over to Brittany Hudak. The exchange happens in separate lanes. Once McKeever passes his finish line, Brittany Hudak can set off. And off to the right of the picture as we look at it, the next skiers are waiting. And that group of people to the right there, he finishes, so Hudak can go. And she's on the circuit now.
Canada leading then. McKeever and Brittany Hudak between them will try and bring this home. Hudak has a pair of bronzes, the individual biathlon event, and in the cross country she was third in the long distance. Also on the podium 4 years ago in Pyeongchang. We're seeing the rest of the changeovers here, the first changeovers. Next to go for Ukraine, Grigory Vovchinsky, fifth in the Pyeongchang event, and 4 medals here for Ukraine.
Vilde Nielsen is out on the course for Norway. They're sitting in 4th position, about 20 seconds behind Hudak of Canada. So Chalençon and Vovchinsky, 3rd and 2nd, nothing between them. And Team China coming in through Zhu He. Next to go for them will be Deng Hisong. And let's watch the changeover here. One finishes, one goes.
Yeah, so next away for China then, that's the 22-year-old from Baoding, Deng Hisong. Best finish individually in the biathlon individual event. He was 6th there. A vision-impaired skier, but well, they're going to pick up some distance. They're going to pick up some time in the last 2 legs with Mao and Yu Shuang, their previous medalists from earlier in these games.
Koyoke taking it up for Japan. Gold medalist in cross-country over the longer distance. I just think 2.5 Ks might be a bit short for him, but he can at least go flat out, and he gets to do it twice. Young man from Japan. But, Japan unlikely to figure. They weren't involved in 2018. No team either for Great Britain there or Italy. But they're involved today.
Yeah, Scott Mina for Great Britain, going 2nd here in this relay race. Nordic skiing here for Great Britain, with 5 athletes in the field in Beijing. Mina joined by fellow military veteran Steve Arnold, by the way, down the order at present. And Toninelli starting out for the Italians. He'll bring them home as well.
Yes, he's skiing twice, Guglioni and Romoli, the other skiers for Italy. But back towards the front of the action, Vovchinsky and Chalençon, Ukraine and France. See if Hudak is still in the lead for Canada. She's actually back in 3rd there. You can see her coming into view now.
It was Chalençon in hot pursuit as well. Yep, so that's Brittany Hudak. And getting away for Poland, it's the VI racer Paweł Nowicki.
So Vovchinsky with just a lead of a couple of seconds over Chalençon, so they've both moved past Canada's Hudak. She'll give the race back to McKeever. I hope to put them back in front again. We'll see what happens. It's a wide range of percentage classifications here. 19 percentage points between Hudak and McKeever. A fair difference in speed for these two, but she's doing a great job to hold on for 3rd, but actually Nielsen's gone past her for Norway.
Yeah, Vilde Nielsen, at just at 21, she had an outstanding World Championship performance in Lillehammer, in her home event, if you will. 9 weeks ago, she was a silver medalist in the Pyeongchang Games in the Sprint Classic. Nielsen, and has had a decent showing as well at these games.
Deng for China, if he can catch up to Hudak and Nielsen, can move his country from 5th to 3rd. This is the battle out front, though. Nothing to separate Vovchinski and Chalençon. They're a very good match.
Have an embarrassment of riches, really, in terms of their potential squad selections. The Ukrainian, they changed it up in the mixed. It didn't quite pay off for them, did it? Siarko, Vovchinski, Kravchuk and Kovalevsky looking to make amends in this open race. 2.4 is the gap over Chalençon of France and Hudak. I'm afraid for Canada, they've slipped off the podium, so indeed it will all be about Makiva's second run in leg 3 to get them back up the order.
Koryoki trying to move Japan up from 7th. But Hudak up this climb as the snow once again starts to soften as the traffic comes through and the day wears on. We're just a little bit after midday local time. Hudak will be doing this lap a second time. Vovchinski trying to put a gap between himself and Chalençon of France. First and second they are. Nielsen of Norway sitting 3rd. Then Deng, he has moved up to 4th for China. Then Hudak and Gerlitz, the top 6 out of the 12 in this field.
Vovchinski with a gold medal in the biathlon sprint, a pair of bronzes and a silver as well in the biathlon middle distance event. The 33-year-old, he's been racing at the Paralympic Winter Games since Vancouver in 2010. The world champion in biathlon.
So Ukraine were 5th 4 years ago in this race. Looking pretty good for a podium finish here, though. Chalençon comes down this sweeping left-hander. There's an awful amount of trust and courage involved for the vision-impaired skiers on these faster sections. The teamwork absolutely crucial, and it's done nicely there for Chalençon and Brice Ottanello, his guide, and it's Vovchinski.
Yeah, he was part of that team that finished 5th in Pyeongchang, Vovchinski. So too Kovalevsky, who will go last, but next to go for Ukraine, that's Vasyl Kravchuk, a rare athlete for Ukraine, who's not been able to get on the podium in any of his individual events so far, but tasked with keeping the lead here for Ukraine in this open 4x2.5 kilometre relay race, the last of our races in either para-biathlon or para-cross-country at these 13th Paralympic Winter Games in Beijing.
Davier's back out onto the course for France. China getting a big cheer as they complete the second lap, and halfway through, and going out this time for China is Mao Zhongwu.
Well, I think this is where we expect the Chinese to eat into the gap at the top. Mao Zhongwu, he has a gold medal in the middle distance event, an outstanding sitting athlete, 2 silvers as well in the sprint and long distance. So he's been on the podium in the individual events in which he's competed, the 35-year-old from Dalian, and we will keep a keen eye on China's time. 43 seconds down, so there is significant work to do, but Mao and Yu Shuang, who will go last for them, certainly have the speed.
Kazakhstan having a pretty good race. Yubel Kamatov takes over again after the second lap skied by Gerlitz. They're both skiing twice. Now Japan, Koryoki to give over, running to Nitta Yoshihiro.
Yeah, best finish individually for Nitta, 7th in the long distance event there for Japan. Nitta Yoshihiro, who's still going strong at age 41 here.
Kazmaier finishing off a lap for Germany, and Alexander Ehler takes it up.
So from the 41-year-old Japanese to the 52-year-old Alexander Ehler, and well, he knows what to do to get on the podium. He was there with the Germans in the mixed squad that won bronze in Pyeongchang. An absolute veteran, the Kazakhstani-born Alexander Ayler, now a naturalised German, and that's Nitter, with Ayler coming up just behind him there on the climb.
Still got Great Britain, Italy and Poland to make their next change. Ayler moving past Nitter. It's a beautiful day. No qualms about the conditions above them. Underneath, a slightly different story, as we've been telling you. Not a lot of fresh snow to be had in recent weeks around Zhangjiakou. France, Davier doing a good job here. Kravchuk in his wake, pushing hard, but Davier quicker over this section.
Kravchuk, individual sprint silver medalist in the world champs, that in biathlon in Lillehammer. 25-year-old, just off the podium individually at world champs in cross country. Davier with a big job on here for the French, and he's really cranked it up as Davier for France. That's Haugen, another absolute veteran, 47 Haugen, and a Paralympic winter career that dates back 2 decades to Salt Lake City in 2002. And he was actually a gold medalist in the men's 5K all the way back in Salt Lake City, was Kjartan Haugen for Norway.
McKeever moving through the field and past Mao Zhongwu. Might be difficult for China, considering the number of skiers who've gone past him, but they'll have a quick finish. China from Yu Shuang, a guided skier, and he'll be helped today by Wang Guanyu at the next and final changeover. So McKeever trying to get for Canada back into some kind of contention, but it's Davier, Kravchuk who are leading it at the moment. Bit of a gap back to Haugen, Mao, McKeever and Kamitov of Kazakhstan.
Yeah, Davier, the flying Frenchman from Le Grand Bornand, highly accomplished athlete, has been a world champion in both biathlon and cross country. And that open gold medal in this equivalent race 4 years ago in Pyeongchang. He's got them up to second spot on the podium, 13 down on Ukraine. It's gonna come down to it. It really is, in something of a sprint finish at the end of this relay race. Davier has really powered on here for France.
Such a keen competitor. He was devastated when he missed out on a gold medal by a second or two in one of his earlier races. He really thought he should have won. He thinks he should win everything, but he's also a very good spirited competitor, and Davier may have set something up here. He's going to hand it over once more to Anthony Chalençon and guide Alexander Pouillet. See if France can go back-to-back in this event that Davier won with Chalençon and Thomas Clarion 4 years ago, just ahead of Norway and Canada on that day. It could be Ukraine figuring in a finish here. McKeever on our screens has moved back up into second spot for Canada. He's sweeping through the field. And it will be Brittany Hudak who skis again for Canada to do the fourth leg.
She fell off the pace a little bit. She couldn't quite build on the advantage that McKeever had handed her in the first changeover. We shall see what Hudak can do over the final 2.5K of this race. But Davier has put the French in pole position here.
It's being encouraged home here. It's his last few metres he has to ski, and then it's over to Chalençon again. Let's see what he's got left in the tank.
So just look at this lead, all on his own as he leaves the changeover. Anthony Chalençon to fourth places earlier in these Beijing Paralympic Winter Games for Chalençon, but Davier and Chalençon, they delivered the world champs silver medal for France, and now it's looking very, very good for an upgrade, possibly to gold here for the French.
Well, they've now got a significant lead. Davier gets himself out of the way as McKeever comes through, and Hudak sets out once more for Canada. And that lead is 42 seconds, and Hudak is unlikely to make much of an inroad on Chalençon. It'll be down to someone else like Kowaleski.
Well, you fear a little here for the Canadians, because Kravchuk has put in a shift as well to hand over to Kowalewski, the guided athlete who will anchor the Ukrainians. And, last to go for the Norwegians, that's another VI athlete, Thomas Oxol.
So it looks like China will be out next. In fifth position at the moment, they'll hand over to Wu Shuang. Vision impaired skier with Wang Guanyu, the guide. Finishing off strongly is Mao Zhongwu, and away they go with Yu.
Yeah, Yu's going to go like the absolute clappers here, a bronze medalist in the biathlon and the individual events. He'll have to give it everything if they want to finish this remarkably successful event with another medal. The Chinese, absolutely brilliant so far, a breakthrough event for them. Up to 30 medals all in China, the home squad here in the Para-Nordic events at Beijing.
So Germany will finish off through Rechtenwald. Joanna Rechtenwald and guide Valentin Haag. Kazakhstan's last leg skied by Gerlitz. Japan should be next to make the final change. It'll be back to Koyoki to go.
Yeah, Gerlitz on the left of your picture there has a bronze in the middle distance biathlon event. He finished behind Marko Rensen, Grigory Verchinsky in that race. So to bring Kazakhstan home, the 32-year-old, 7th place at present, but unsurprisingly, we're going to be keeping a keen eye here on Chalençon for France. Just working in tandem there with his guide.
So Koyoki for Japan takes over from Nita Yoshihiro. Fair bit to do from back there. Not going to be a medal day for Japan. Should be for Chalençon, but there's a bit of a challenge coming. And Anatoly Kowalewski, is there enough room on the course for him to catch Chalençon?
And a little further back, now that's Oxal for Norway. Well, the USA down the order.
There's Kendall Gretsch.
Yeah, not going to be more medals for the US, is it? And she hands over to Ruslan Reiter. Wow, look at this. The lead has come right down. Kowalewski chasing in now on Chalençon. What a finish we've got in store here. Kowalewski for Ukraine, hunting down France.
Well, the lead was 40-odd seconds for Chalençon at the changeover, and it's dwindled to just over 9. So Kowalewski is mounting a roaring finish here. Italy back out for the 4th leg. And this time it's Tonanelli backing up to finish it off. And skiing for China is Yu Shuang.
Bronze medalist in the individual event, the 18-year-old. And Hudak hasn't been able to maintain the pace for Canada. Just slipped back down to 5th place, and Kowalewski. Oh, Chalençon can feel the breath of the Ukrainian on the back of his neck, and coming past to take the leads.
Well, a lot of energy in the effort of Kovalevsky. An astonishing last leg he's skiing with guide Alexander Muchkin. And they're now in the lead, and what's seemingly it'll be impossible for anyone to catch them at this late stage. Chalençon trying to keep it together for a medal for France. But this could be a memorable last day of competition at the cross-country for Ukraine. A little look over the shoulder from the guide for Kovalevsky. Muchkin, see if Chalençon has found something extra. It's unlikely.
Yeah, looking very good now for Kovalevsky, who has this race in the palm of his hand for Ukraine. 2 cross-country gold medals thus far, 8 in the biathlon, 28 all told across the Paranordic races at these Beijing Paralympic Winter Games. Chalençon seriously tiring now, and it must be disheartening to see Kovalevsky absolutely ripping it up ahead of him. He's been dropped and then some here by the Ukrainian anchor leg runner Anatoly Kovalevsky.
Well, Ukraine at the last handover were in 4th position and a minute down, so they're just really astonishing last leg. Congratulations to them as Kovalevsky settles in for this friendlier part of the course.
Yeah, Kovalevsky, he brought them in 4 years ago in Pyeongchang, but outside the medals in 5th place. But the improvement is clear, and in part makes up for the disappointing showing in the mixed race a little earlier. But they've done it here, the Ukrainians. Suyarko, Vovchinsky, Kravchuk and Kovalevsky have managed between them to rip up the challenge of the French and throw it up, put it in the bin, take the win themselves.
And in cross-country, it'll be a 3rd gold medal for Ukraine, behind Canada's 5 and China's 7th. And the arms are aloft for Ukraine and for Kovalevsky.
What a finish. What a finish from Kovalevsky to destroy the challenge of Chalençon of France. And between them, they've done it. 7th place in the World Champs in Lillehammer, but here, a gold medal. And Chalençon ultimately brings home France 25 seconds down. He couldn't do it. He couldn't work with Davier to keep that lead.
And it's Norway and Oksal coming across the line into the bronze medal position.
Yeah, Canada fell off the pace. No, a medal to leave this event for the Chinese off the podium.
Davier falls on his teammate and drapes him in the French flag, so they'll be well pleased to take a 2nd spot.
A super last leg as well from Oksal of Norway. 10 seconds down on the French, 35 down on the Ukrainians, and Norway, who got a silver in Pyeongchang, on the podium again with a bronze. China outside the medals here in the open 4x2.5. It is glory to Ukraine.
Chalençon absolutely gave it everything. As we can tell there, he's now being congratulated by the Ukraine team on his effort. Norway, that's a courageous 3rd there. It did seem like China might catch them, but Oksal has dug deep to give them the bronze medal, as you say, after the silver of 4 years ago. With a new lineup 4 years ago was Ulset, Olsrud and Erik Bay. Ulset skied twice that day, not involved in this effort for Norway, but there are your winners.
Open 4x2.5 kilometre relay winners, Ukraine, their 29th Nordic medal of these Paralympic Winter Games. So ultimately it wasn't to be for Makiva or Hudak. But some nice comfort there for Brittany Hudak, with Canada finishing in 6th place. And how fitting, really, is it that Ukraine go out with a gold? A sensational performance from their Paranordic athletes here in the Zhangjiakou Mountains. A long way from home. It's been an emotional week or so, but they have been absolutely outstanding across the board.
And they're so keen that people see the Ukraine flag, and they're able to show it with pride again at the end of this race. Likewise for France, Chalençon still getting himself back together physically. He didn't leave anything out on the course, and has come up with the silver. And Norway, a good race also from them, with Kjartan Haugen skiing twice, Vilde Nilsson and Thomas Axel bringing it home. As we finish off this race, 12 involved. Koyoki for Japan, Rechtenwald for Germany coming in. Well, nigh impossible for most of us to imagine the roller coaster that these athletes have been on for Ukraine in the last 10 days.
Elles sont là, les bosses, c'est bon.
So Chalençon went out yes, with 2 different guides, Brice Ottonello and then Alexander Pouillet. Just an excellent race, and they're fun to watch, the relays. Just a little bit different, a bit more to them in terms of involvement of so many athletes across different classifications. Oh, not so happy at the end there, United States. Ruslan Reiter perhaps would like to have done better. It's not your day every day. Still have Italy, Poland and Great Britain to come in.
Woo! Yep. And it is going to be the Italians. So he skied 2 legs here, Christian Toninelli. There's going to be a nice reception as the Toninelli comes down the finishing straight. Hasn't quite happened for the Italians. They look to Romale really to bring them a bit of joy in individual races and to hopefully guide them to a medal. Italy coming in 10th place.
There's just the 1 medal for Italy in the cross country. As Poland come home, Pavel. If this is the retirement, I suppose, for Makiva, we've talked many times about what he's done for the sport. It's lifted its profile. It's been a wonderful career, and I hope he has a long and happy retirement. I guess he might turn his hand to coaching, as his brother Robin has done. Or he might want a complete break from the sport for a while, and that would be understandable too.
Last to come in, it's Callum Du Bois, the Paralympic Winter Games debutant Du Bois. And good to see Britain getting out a squad together, actually, to get in the race here in the open 4 by 2.5 kilometres. Actually brought their biggest Paralympic Winter Games squad to Beijing since Lillehammer all the way back in 1994. And there's a finish here in bottom place for Great Britain.
And a big ardent effort from the crowd too. They cheered everybody home, including the Brit. And the boys is done. A wave of relief sweeping across all the teams and competitors and support staff. It's all done. It finishes with a gold for Ukraine, silver for France, bronze for Norway in the 4x2.5K open relay. This being the final day, move the medal presentations up a little rather than the medals plaza in the evening. It'll happen before too long. And there's the confirmation of the result. Ukraine, 25 seconds to really turn things around in that final leg. France and then Norway. People's Republic of China, 10th 4 years ago, so well up the standings this time. Japan, Germany, the US, Italy, Poland and Great Britain, all 12 teams able to finish the journey.
.38 races run, 2 on the final day here, and that's the programme completed in the Nordic events at Beijing 2022 and these Winter Paralympic Games. China finished top of the Nordic sports medal table, just one behind on 29 medals in total are Ukraine, 11 golds all in, and perhaps fittingly, they won the last gold of these games.
Been a very enjoyable program. We're fortunate to have got across the line, really, with this course suffering under the recent mild conditions, but what a facility it is. And we will look to the future for more amazing performances from China now that they've got an appetite for Paralympic winter sport and Olympic winter sport for that matter. They've got some great opportunities and facilities, not just here in Zhangjiakou, but in Jilin as well, where they've built an indoor facility. The medal presentations will happen before too long to finish it off, and we do hope that you have enjoyed the many events and the many characters and stories unfolding at Zhangjiakou. We'll be back soon with the medals.
上的，靠全仰的。
Wrapping up the schedule in the Nordic events at the 2022 Paralympic Winter Games will be the victory ceremonies at the end of the final two races, the mixed and open relays here at Zhangjiakou National Biathlon Centre, starting with the victory ceremony in the mixed. 38 medal races down, often breathless, always exciting. Outstanding performances wherever you care to look. So 9 days of para-biathlon and cross-country at these 13th Paralympic Winter Games comes to a close. USA just sneaking into the gold medal position for the first time in cross-country at these games in the mixed relay. And an 11th gold for Ukraine in the open race. That was the race that ended the schedule. So many stories in Paralympic history written by Brian McKeever. And what about the Ukrainians overall, with an absolutely fabulous medal haul here. China really announcing themselves as a serious Winter Paralympic nation in the Nordic disciplines, with a stunning return of 30 medals all in the biathlon and cross-country. On the podium on this last day as well, with a silver in the mixed race. So, a final stint in the arena. The Americans coming through, the winners in the mixed 4x2.5. Oksana Masters, Sydney Peterson, Andrew Clausen and Jake Adikoff with his guide Sam Wood, and the Canadians another bronze, Cameron Young Arins, and Wilkie there with the Chinese Shan Wang Sheng and Dai there. And taking the silver, they just did it, the United States, with that gold here in the penultimate race. 26 seconds was the margin of victory over the Chinese. And, a great race. The teamwork was there for Team USA. Jesus Moros, venue director here, part of the presentation ceremony. And Mr. Ying Guo will assist too. So the Canadians enjoy one last visit to the podium. Bronze medal here, fourth bronze for the Canadian squad. And Mark Arens, he had a fabulous games, all told. Did Arens there. 4 medals all in, 2 of them bronzes. Wilkie and Emily Young there. They're getting on the podium just in the nick of time. Emily Young and, of course, Colin Cameron ends with 3 medals as well. On the left of your shot there, 3 bronze medals. Canada then 3rd place in the mixed 4x2.5 kilometre relay. He was 2nd, picked up the silver. 4 years ago, Arends, Young and Wilkie were on that podium too. 4 years on in Beijing, they're there as well, and Colin Cameron joins them.
Silver medalists representing the People's Republic of China.
Listen to the reception for the home quartet. So silver then in the mixed 4x2.5 for the Chinese. And it adds to the medal haul. Shan Yilin, the 3rd medal of these games. Wang Shenyang, 2nd. Zheng Peng, 2 golds, 2 silvers. What a return that is. And Tsai Zhenyun ends with 3 medals also, his 2nd silver and a bronze. And it takes the Chinese medal haul to 30. Now, when you consider just 1 medal had been secured for the Chinese in the Paralympic Winter Games, that was in the curling 4 years ago. And 30 medals all in the Paranordic sports alone. That is a quite phenomenal improvement in China. And with the silver, but top of the pile. They won it by 26 seconds. The United States. So Jake Adikoff with his guide Sam Wood, another medal. First gold after those 2 silvers. He did it 4 years ago in Pyeongchang. And great there to see Daniel Knudsen get his medal. And Oksana Masters presents Sydney Peterson with the gold medal. One of the young stars at 20, Peterson, 3 medals. And Oksana Masters, 7 events, 7 medals. 3 golds, 4 masters on the end of your shot there. What a games it's been for her. The 32-year-old Ukrainian-born. It's been an emotional games for plenty of athletes here. Displacing the Ukraine quartet, who won this event in Pyeongchang off the podium this time. Instead, too good for the rest. It was Team USA, our gold medalist in the mixed 4x2.5 kilometre relay. So Canada bronze, People's Republic of China silver, USA gold. The first cross-country gold. 3 gold medals in the para biathlon events. And the first gold in the cross country for the United States. And the athletes gathering. Knossen gets on the podium just in the nick of time. Had a brilliant Pyeongchang. Picked up 6 medals all in. And gets one here. Multiple returning medalists. And moments to savour. Loves it. Cameron at the end there. Absolute bull of a competitor. And a great consistency from the Canadians with that silver 4 years ago. Bumped up. Shan, Wang, Zheng and Tsai there for China. Sixth silver for the Chinese in the cross country. A nice personal collection of these little furry mascots that have become quite the emblem of these games. Shui Romron, the Chinese lantern figure. But People's Republic of China, 60 medals all in these Paralympic Winter Games. And what strength they've had in the Nordic events. We still have one more ceremony to come. That's to salute the medal winners in the open 4x2.5 kilometre relay. As the sun sets here on the Nordic events at Beijing 2022. It'll be the athletes from Norway, France and Ukraine coming through here. Victory ceremony on the way for the medalists in the open 4x2.5 kilometre relay. So coming into the arena there, here at the Zhangjiakou National Biathlon Centre, be the athletes from Norway, France and Ukraine. The teams who made the podium in the open 4x2.5. It was a terrific race. The Ukrainians took it. They won it by over 25 seconds in the end from the French, who just did enough to push out Norway. A perfect showcase, really, of the breadth and the spread of talent in these Nordic events, with athletes old and young getting on the podium. And Ukraine, well, what can you say? It's a phenomenal effort from the Ukrainian athletes here in Beijing. They're lifting the overall medal total to 29 and 11 gold medals all in as well for the Ukrainian Siarko, Vichinsky, Kravchuk and Kovalevsky. That Ukrainian flag will fly high again. So Kovalevsky, the VI athlete, his guide Alexander Mushkin will receive a medal too. The medals actually come later, but this is an opportunity for the top three to just enjoy the crowd here and soak up the moment in the arena. There's Elena Gomez-Gonzalez, venue director to Beijing 2022. And she'll be assisted in this ceremony by Mr. Jun Wenrong, the general manager of ZBT. That's the facility here. Well, the Norwegians, fabulous second medal in the Nordic events here. Vilde Nilsen gets a second medal of the games, the individual sprint silver medalist, and Kjartan Haugen in his 7th Games, 6th Paralympic Winter Games medal, 20 years after his first relay gold with the Norwegians. 2 decades he's been doing it. And Oxel there, a vision impaired athlete, presents a medal to his guide, Ale Martin Lied. And Haugen, the grand old man of the squad, ran 2 legs in that open 4x2.5 race for the Norwegians. Nelson and Oxol, 1 each. They ended up 35 seconds down on the Ukrainians, but a fabulous effort to get on the podium and push out the Chinese. Norway bronze in the open 4x2.5. Formidable, the French. Silver. He gave it absolutely everything, did Anthony Chalençon. Benjamin Davier, another medal for him. He and Chalençon ran 2 legs apiece. Chalençon, the VI athlete, had 2 guides as well, Brice Ottanello and Alexandre Pouy. Davier, the leader of this squad, at 32, ends up with 5 medals from Beijing 2022. 1 in biathlon and cross country, the individual and the sprint. Part of the silver performance here from the French, but take a bow, Ukraine. Siarko, Wojcinski, Kravchuk and Kovalevsky with his guide Alexander Mushin. So didn't quite manage it in the mixed relay, but here in the open they got to the top of the podium. And it was Kravchuk and Kovalevsky who pushed past the French just to set up the gold medal performance. Siarko, Wojcinski and Kovalevsky already with medals at these games, and Kravchuk joins the medal party. Dmitry Siarko's guide, Alexander Nikonovich. Ukraine get their 29th medal in the Paranordic events here at Zhangjiakou. 11th gold medal, and how fitting. That gold was the last of these games for Ukraine. Ukraine top of the pile in the open 4x2.5 kilometre relay. Norway bronze, France silver, the glory gold to Ukraine. So a final goodbye to the Zhangjiakou National Biathlon Centre for our athletes. High-level competition. And a chance for solidarity. Norway, France, and Ukraine taking centre stage here. And a really wonderful reception here for our medalists. It means so much. So attentions will undoubtedly turn to preparations for the next events on the World Cup calendar for our para-Nordic athletes, and of course the long run in now to Milano Cortina in 4 years' time. 9 days of competition here in the mountains are up. The snow just about lasted, didn't it? We've had changeable weather conditions. Really interesting racing. Accomplished individual performances and great teamwork on show on the last day of racing here.